Perfect, and we are live. Hello, everyone. We are joining you today for the Hello 2022 Readathon Reading Sprints. Thank you so much for joining us. We're so excited. So many of us are here, and Kristin, who is also a co-host, is in our chat. So she is Perks of a Book Flower. I'm going to go around and introduce ourselves. So I'll just start very quickly. So I'll say my name. So I am Sarah from Sarah's Reading Nook, and my cat Olivia is on the bed looking really royal and regal and like the best cat, which she is. And I want to know, so where is everyone joining from today? I am joining from Canada. And I am reading this book here today, which is Girl, Woman, Other. Okay, so we'll go around. So Kiara, then Kayla, then Laura, Ruby, Angela, and then Abigail.
Cool.
Kiara?
Hi, I'm Chiara. I'm from Italy. I really love Harry Potter and tea. And today I'm reading, I don't know the pronunciation, Hygge, maybe? Hygge, okay, thank you. And yeah, I'm really happy.
Okay, I'll go next. I'm Kayla. I'm joining from Vancouver, Canada. And I don't have a booktube, but I have a bookstagram, Kayla's Bookish Life. And the book I'm reading today is Beyond the Lavender Fields. It's historical fiction that's taking place during the French Revolution.
Cool. Laura?
Hi. Hi, I'm Laura. I'm joining from Ottawa, Canada. I'm from Halifax, but I'm in Ottawa at the minute studying, and I am reading two things. I'm reading Crooked Kingdom, which by Lee Bardugo, which I'm very into, but I've already read a lot of that today, and I have some laundry to fold, so I might be listening to my audiobook, which is Naomi Novik Spinning Silver. Oh, and also my channel name is Laura Reads Pages.
Ruby?
I am Ruby, and my Instagram and YouTube are Ruby's Reading Corner, and I'm joining you guys from Oregon. And today I'm reading The Love Hypothesis.
Woot woot.
Hi, I'm Angela. My channel is Angela Rose Reads, and I'm also joining from Oregon. And I am reading The Empress of Salt and Fortune by Nevo.
Oh, Nevo.
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Abigail. My channel and my Instagram are Abigail's Cup of Tea. I'm from the Midwest, United States, and I am going to be reading P.S. I Like You by Casey West.
Very nice. And I'm going to read out Kristin's comment. So Kristin is joining from Georgia. So she's going to be reading Spinning Silver by Naomi Novik for the book that takes you out of your comfort zone prompt. Good. So in terms of the books that you're reading today, what prompt does it correlate with? So anyone can sort of say.
I was just reading this anyway, and I wanted to keep reading it, so I put it with the book that you wanted to read in 2021, because I read the first book in the series in 2021, and I've been very excited that I didn't get to it in 2021, so that's the prompt for Crooked Kingdom.
Yeah, mine is the same prompt as that, what I wanted to read in 2021, but I didn't, so.
The same with mine. It's like the first on the list.
Mine's different. Mine's the outside of your comfort zone. It's kind of stretching it, but I don't normally read short stories. And also, I think it has to do with an empire, and it might have like royal politics, and that's also hard for me to kind of keep up with everyone. So we'll see. It's a short story, so it would probably be great.
Mm-hmm.
For me, the same. It's a book that it's out of my comfort zone. It's not about the book that is out of my comfort zone. Is that I think that, sorry, my English is not so good. Apply all the things that are in the book. It will be out of my comfort zone.
I see.
If it makes any sense.
Yeah.
That makes total sense.
Yeah. My book is a book on my 2022 TBR. This is an arc that I got from a publisher. It releases in February, so yeah, I wanted to kind of get it out there before the release date.
Very nice. And I should say that today is Kiara's birthday. So happy birthday.
Thank you. Best gift ever to be with you guys. Thank you.
And okay, so have you guys done any of the Bookstagram prompts yet? Olivia?
Yes.
Yes. I saw yours today, Abigail.
Yeah, I'm wearing the same top that I had in the Instagram post. Yeah, I posted with this book. So I'm hoping to finish this one and then move on to Finley Donovan is Killing It. So
Really?
yeah, because I'm almost done with this.
Are you serious?
Like how?
Well, I also listened to the audiobook, and so that helps tremendously because as I was like getting ready and like everything, I can just really get through it. So the audiobook helped a lot.
Were you able to get the audiobook like from your library or?
Yeah, on Hoopla.
Oh, I love Hoopla.
I love Hoopla too.
Yeah.
I'm so jealous of you guys. We don't have here.
I find that one and Libby is usually good too. And if I can't find something on Libby, then I go to Hoopla.
Yeah.
Or sort of vice versa. And it can be nice to sort of have both on the go so that if you put your book down, then you can still listen with your audiobook.
So true.
I'm going to be really sad in a few months because I used to live last year in San Diego, which is a huge city, and their Libby is out of this world. Like it has so much in stock. And since I've moved, San Diego County is like, well, you don't live in the state anymore, so you can't use it anymore. So I only have a couple more months and then I lose it.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I don't have it either. Yeah. So you have Hoopla? No?
I have Hoopla, but they don't seem to have as much of what I want in stock because I think all of these fit into what the library purchases because the library has to purchase these ebooks and audiobooks. So if it's a smaller library, they're not going to have as much available. So yeah.
Yeah.
But side note, in case anyone ever has issues with the same thing, some libraries will let you pay to have an out-of-state subscription. So just a heads up, because my San Diego City library will let me pay to use their app is called Cloud Library, but my San Diego County one won't let me pay. So you never know. You might want to check out a big city and see if you can pay. It's like $25-$30 maybe for a whole year of their, catalog. That would be a really good deal for some people.
I know mine Libby, I can like go between different library cards that I have. So like I can look at the Ottawa one and then I click and I can look at the Halifax one and then I have another like really small rural one that I can look at simultaneously, even though obviously I'm not living in those three places at once.
Yeah.
Nice.
Libraries are the best. Can we all just agree on that?
Oh my gosh, libraries are the best.
That's
I
neat.
wish I
didn't
just
know
like
you
lived in one, Or I wish that I lived in one for sure, but also if not that, then I wish that I would have one of those one of those ladder bookcases at home.
Oh,
Yeah.
And then I could just be like Belle and
Yeah.
Just like go around. Every so often on Bookstagram, I'll see someone has one and immediately jealous. Like immediately jealous.
Yes.
Yeah, there's some pretty stunning bookshelves on Bookstagram. There's some pretty great ones.
Yeah, some pretty extravagant ones that are just like so like beautiful. And some booktubers also have one as well. I'm very jealous. Yes. School library. Libraries are the best. And yes, a ladder bookcase. Anytime,
Yeah.
any day, would just love it. Kristin, I dream of bookshelf ladders.
Everyone has the same dream, apparently.
Yeah, for real.
I looked into getting one and it's kind of expensive.
Yeah.
Hey, Angie. All right. So, does everyone want to start our first reading sprint of the day/night?
Yes.
Okay. So, if you have some like water or if you have like snacks, make sure to have those available. I am going to put the Olivia timer up and I'll let you know when we start.
I'm going to turn my camera off just for the first sprint because I'm going to listen to the audiobook, so I'll be up moving around, so not to distract anyone. But I'm still here.
Are we supposed to set an alarm?
So I'll have it up for 30 minutes, but it's also good to have like a timer on your phone as well. I don't have like a buzz going off, but I'll kind of chime in and say when the sprint is done if you're like really into the book, for instance, and you're just like, yeah, because that can very easily happen. Especially, I hope it happens because that means it's a good book. Okay, everyone. Just going to read these next couple of comments. We're all kindred spirits when it comes to book ladders. Yes. So, Lisa, I personally am jealous of Abigail's bookshelf.
Yeah, that's amazing.
It is absolutely beautiful. Just are you in your like book room?
Yes, it's right in front of me. So thank you so much.
Are you able to turn it and show or no?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Oh, can we ask the people who are here what they're reading? I'm curious.
Yes.
I think a lot of people have shared already in the chat.
I'll go back.
And from lots of different places too. Someone's tuning in from Germany and someone from Missouri, someone from Trois-Rivières. I have to drive through there a lot. Someone from Montreal, someone from North Carolina.
Yay!
Oh, that bookshelf.
A lot of Harry Potter, huh? A lot of people are reading Harry Potter. It's a good time of year for that.
Yeah. Did anyone watch the Harry Potter reunion thing?
Oh my gosh,
Not yet. Not yet.
Oh, wow,
dying
Karen,
to see
I
it.
thought you'd be the first one.
I was like crying.
I've been pretty sick and I wanted to enjoy it. So
yes.
I'm waiting to be okay.
Oh.
Yeah, it was well done.
Yeah.
Kiara, or wait, no. Kayla, you said you watched it.
I did. I was like, I watched it twice. I watched it by myself, and then my fiance came home and we watched it again. And like, I was like, I need to watch it by myself because I know I'm gonna cry because this is gonna be so emotional. And I was like crying for so much of it. So yeah, the second time was better because I wasn't crying as much. So I feel like I listened to a lot more of what was happening.
Okay, everyone. So we are going to start. Have your books ready. And also remember to mute. So we are starting our first sprint in 3, 2, 1. Happy sprinting.
Happy sprint.
Okay, everyone, that was our first sprint. Let me take this out. So how did everyone's reading go?
Good. Yeah.
Good, really good.
How many pages, or like what percent?
I read 66 pages, but it's pretty small. It has lots of pictures, so it's not really 66 pages.
Did you say 66?
Yeah, but as I said, it has a lot of pictures, so.
Very nice. I did 15. This book is really interesting, though, because basically there are no periods. Basically, there's like a comma, or there is like a new sentence, but it has such a different kind of structure. I have read a book like this before, which was like a Portuguese book. But yeah, other than that, I've never read a book like that before, except poetry.
Like it'll just go to a new line for a new sentence, but not have a period? Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
It doesn't have any periods. And yeah, it's very, very, very interesting. And a lot of things are not capitalized. Like, for instance, the word she, not capitalized after a question mark.
Oh, interesting.
I think the farther I go, the more I'll kind of see how I can get around it, but I'm kind of wrapping my brain around it a little bit. It's really good so far.
It's from a whole bunch of different perspectives, right? Is it? I think
it's like 8 or something like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's like from 8 different perspectives. Yeah. Okay. How did everyone else's go? I'm trying to catch up with everyone.
Yeah.
45%, 17 pages. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Chapter 15 of The Wicked King. Haven't read that before. Happily Ever After, chapter and a half. 10 pages, but I was making myself a cup of tea at the same time. Very good. Multitasking. We love to multitask.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Nice, Raybearer. 4% of spinning silver. Jewels. 10 pages. And how did everyone here do?
I'm also doing spinning silver on audiobook, so I listened to obviously 30 minutes of the audiobook. It's one of the books that I'm not enjoying, but for no good reason. Like I can't think of something I dislike about it. I just never want to listen to it again. Like I just, not that I never want. I just like.
That's such an extreme thing to say without a reason.
No. That's not true. That came out wrong. I mean, like when I listen to it, it's fine, and there's nothing wrong with it. But then I turn it off, and the next day I'm like, yeah, I don't want to. Like, there's nothing bringing me back to it, I guess. But I
get it with that book. I honestly understand.
Yeah, it could also be audiobook. Sometimes you don't get the same effect when listening to it.
Scaring me. Started it this morning. Oh no.
Oh, sorry. No, there's nothing wrong. It's just I think I shouldn't have said that. Don't let that spoil your experience.
I'll let you know during the top shelf meeting. So
yeah.
I mean, from the look on your face, I have a feeling how you felt about it. But then again, you trick us sometimes, so maybe.
Yeah, she does sometimes.
I like to keep you guessing.
40 pages is a lot.
Yeah.
Can we talk about that emoticon? That's adorable.
It's so cute.
That's funny.
How did you do, Ruby?
I think I read 22 pages.
Ooh.
Good job.
Ah.
Love Hypothesis? What part of it are you in right now?
Sorry. I'm right after the part where Olive kind of told off Adam over text. So
Okay.
I'm 122 pages.
I see. I know what you're talking about. That's such a good book.
Is
I
that
like
a
it a
new
lot.
release? I've been seeing it around everywhere recently. Okay, that makes sense. It's not a graphic novel, it's just a novel?
Yeah, it's like a fake dating romance novel.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
But
I couldn't.
the main female character and also the main male character, they're scientists. Like one is like a PhD student and one is a like actual like PhD, like doctor, has his own lab and stuff. And for that, I love it like so much. I relate to so much of it. The conferences, the publications, the trying to get your experiments to work, like all of it.
I might have
I
to read
thought you
that.
hated books with science because you hate when they get it wrong.
No, I do not. I
So
do
it's
not
science
like
fiction that you
when
hate, right?
science. I do not like when science is made up and gets outside of the realm of possibility. These are like,
Okay.
she is like a student, and I relate to things like, you know, not managing your time properly, all of those sorts of things, trying to escape like the lab when you can, trying to have a life outside of the lab. That is not science fiction, that is reality.
Okay.
You like the lifestyle of a scientist when that's in books.
Oh gosh, I relate to that. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I bought the Love Hypothesis. I read a chapter in the store and I thought it was really funny, but let's be honest. The cover, it's Rey and Kylo Ren, right? Isn't that the whole thing?
Yeah, I think
so.
it's
You're
based off
nodding, so
of
you know
a
what I'm
fan
talking about, right?
fiction. It's based off
Yeah.
of like a Rilo fan fiction. That's what the author originally wrote it as, and then she like turned it into an actual romance book.
Do you mind holding it up? I have to see this.
Yes. Look, it looks exactly like them too. It's Kylo Ren and Rey.
Yeah.
That makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Their personalities and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
How did Hugo make out?
Yeah, we read about 6 chapters, but they're shorter chapters. It's like a quick, easy, like young adult novel. So
Cute. You read 6 chapters? My gosh.
they are shorter chapters, though.
Everyone's doing so
It's really sweet.
well.
Yeah.
Hi to
Hi to
Abigail's
Abigail.
cat.
Yeah. I was reading the same.
And what's really cool is that Laura is now sort of like entering the cat world.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
should try to find. She doesn't like art. It's my roommate's, but she doesn't like being picked up. But I might be able to keep chatting. I might return with a cat, but maybe not. So don't get your hopes up.
Yeah.
I've been trying to convince my husband to let me get a cat for so long now. I want a cat so bad.
Yes, I hope you can get one.
I really hope you can get one.
He probably will not budge. We have 2 dogs right now, which is like a lot. We have 2 big dogs, so but I'm still holding out.
Yeah. Keep going.
Yeah. I desperately want a cat too. Our apartment though doesn't allow pets, so I said like our next apartment has to be pet friendly, and I will get a cat in our next apartment. So hopefully within the next 2 years, I'll get another cat.
Where's Olivia?
I think what Olivia's doing is she went into the office. So she's just doing her cat work there, and whatever that is, But she wanted me to say hi to all the cats.
I just remember that I had to feed her, so she's eating, so I'll go get her later. But yes, I always had dogs growing up, and now I'm discovering that cats are amazing.
Oh, yeah.
I like dogs too. I like both.
Mm-hmm.
But cats are pretty fun. They have so much personality.
Yeah.
Personality. Angela, where are your little guys?
They're over sunbathing. We don't get a lot of sun in Oregon, at least where we are, and so right now, they're in the other room sunbathing. I joke that my cats are like the way that Olivia and Hugo sit on your laps and stuff. Never in a million years would my cat do that. They don't. They're not like they like pets, but they're not really cuddly. They just kind of do their own things, and if they can get wet food and play with string, they're happy. I always show. I have my little Pusheen pillow here. That's the best thing I can get with cat cuddling.
Oh,
but
There's
it's
a little
worth
bit
it.
of
Don't get me
cat
wrong. I'm not saying
representation.
that.
I never thought that I would be a cat person.
Really?
Yeah, I had a golden retriever growing up, and she was the cutest. Her name was Missy, and I just loved her so much. And then I went away to school, and I thought, okay, no way am I ever going to like ever have a cat. I have to have a dog. Was in an apartment, cannot have a dog here. And after a while, I was like, I really, really want to have like an animal companion. And my partner, I sort of like bonded with his cat. And I was like, oh my gosh, I think I actually am a cat person. Because before that, I just thought, oh, they're so like aloof and they are just so like not like nice. And, you know, they aren't like dogs and everything. And so I was like, I will never have a cat. And then I actually met one and I was like, oh my gosh, they're not what I thought that they would be.
Wow.
So I learned not to just judge a cat because they're a cat or a person by, there's a lesson there. I'm not really sure what it is. Don't judge a book by its cover.
Yeah, there's definitely more than meets the eye. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, but is there little else that feels as good as a cat that is more aloof coming up and wanting your pets and love? Like, that feels so good when you're like, yes.
Yeah.
It's like you gained like a friend that you didn't think would ever be your friend.
Right. Like I almost cried this because my cat was like really wanting all of my pets today. And I was just like, oh, she wants love. And it just makes you feel so good.
Yeah. That's how my other cat, Ellie, is. She's obsessed with my husband, but like I have to earn her like attention.
Your cats are just so cute.
Thank you.
I just love whenever I see like Hugo is just like such a character.
Yeah.
Like he's just like always has like funny poses and can look super serious. Like one of my favorite posts that you have of Hugo, like you have like one of those massage rollers.
Oh yeah.
And you have it like on the bed beside him and you're like, this is your daily skincare and hydration reminder.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's saying that too. It looks like he's taking the massager like very seriously, and I believe it.
Like Ellie bonded with Harold, and Hugo bonded with you. What about Luna?
I would say she's probably almost equally like both of our cat, but she leans a little more towards me because I'm home more. But she loves us both. Yeah. So.
Okay.
Abigail's cats are my comfort animals.
Yes. He is the floppiest cat I've ever owned. Like he's always like laying on his back, and when you pick him up, he just flops.
You said that he's like your pillow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
The only downside I find is that the cat hair situation can be a little bit much at times, but I feel like if you have a nice like roller and you vacuum a lot, then it's usually okay.
Yeah, that's like the cat owner's starter pack right there. A lint roller, vacuum. You gotta have it.
Yes,
I
and
just don't buy black clothes anymore.
Oh yeah, literally, this is gonna be
right.
white.
My cat's one of them is white. Same thing as you. Yeah, I'm just like no more black clothes. It's just not gonna happen.
It makes my heart like happy, like when I go out and I have to go like grocery shopping or whatever, and I see somebody wearing like black pants and I see like tons of cat hair, and I'm just like, I get it. I get it. Do you know what I mean? Like you just needed to go out and get your groceries, and you can I think that no matter what, Olivia will always be with me because of the cat hair.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever used the Chom roller or heard of it?
What is it?
It's CHOM, a Chom roller. It's really nice on your couches and your like cat trees and stuff. It doesn't take anything. It's not like there's no waste to it. You just like run it back and forth across and it collects the hair in it and you just pop it open and throw it in the trash. And it's just really easy for your couches and different things or your chairs because sometimes you don't want to bust out the vacuum or the lint roller for all that. So I recommend the Chom roller.
Oh, I need that.
Yeah, I think that should be like a 2022 goal, is to like up the cat hair removal game.
Yeah, it's constant.
Literally constant.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, do you want to start our next sprint?
Yeah.
Okay, I will get the timer up. I just want to read this. Yeah, cat hair is constantly in scene with 3 cats. Don't know how Ellie, Hugo, Luna, or Olivia are, but here Harry and Ivy also always steal my soft blankets.
Yes.
Very true.
Yes.
All right, everyone. So get your books ready. We are going to start the next sprint in 3, 2, 1. Happy reading.
Happy reading.
Okay, guys, that's the end of our second sprint. How did it go?
I started the Dalai Lama book. I mean, the one I didn't realize it was from the perspective of the cat, which is great.
That's my favorite part about it.
It's very cute so far. I have some great things highlighted too. Like it was like not only is the Dalai Lama a Nobel Prize laureate, but he's wicked with a can opener.
Yes. Oh my gosh, what is she called? Like his little snow leopard or something like that? I don't know.
Yeah. I just read about
So
that.
cute.
Yeah.
And there's like a specific name they use, I think. It's just so cute. And yeah, I love that it's told from the cat's perspective. Any book that's told from the cat's perspective, so good. I think the Traveling Cat Chronicles is another one. So good.
This is the first book I've read. I read like when I was younger, I read children's books from the perspective of the cat. But this is the first in a long time book I've read from the perspective of a cat.
The cat is quite mature and practical. Sorry, Angela, what were you going to say?
No, I was just doing the reading sprints with Erin at Booked and Busy the other night, and she was crying finishing the Traveling Cat Chronicles, and I'm just like, I don't think I can handle that.
It's a good torment. It really is. I think it crushes you. It is very, very sad in places, but it is like five-star. I've read it twice. It's amazing. The audiobook is so cute. I recommend it with that warning.
Yeah, I'll definitely read that eventually.
Yeah, it's like you do need to read it in a certain sort of mental space as well, because you become so attached to the cat and to the owner and like their relationship. It's just it's so good. Kristin, so you read 5% More of Spinning Silver at 83% now. Good. Let us know how you are enjoying it. Or you can keep that private if you want to wait until the live show. But I'd be interested to know. 17 pages, Once Upon a Broken Heart. 16 dense pages. Awesome. Yeah. I want you to too. So 3.5 chapters plus the prologue. 10% now. Wow. Lisa read 7 pages, got distracted a lot by my phone. Really tired. I get distracted easily. I do as well.
Yeah, I fell asleep for the last 5 minutes of the thing. That's why I turned my camera off. I felt it coming on.
Oh, did you? How did you guys make out?
Yeah, I'm almost done with this. I think I only have like maybe like 2 more chapters left. So
oh, really?
Yeah, it's really cute.
So will you have one book off your list?
Yeah. But I did start this at midnight too. So I started reading it like last night and then today. So that helped. I'm a night reader, definitely. So.
And did you say you're enjoying it?
Yeah, it's really cute. Yeah.
Cute. How about everyone else? Kayla?
Yeah, I'm almost done my book too. I have like 30 pages left, so then I get to start another one. So I'm excited.
What is next on your list?
I don't know. I have 2 romances and then I have a nonfiction, so I might read one of the romance books.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ruby?
I read about another 25 pages, which was pretty good because my son actually woke up from his nap, so I had to keep getting up to help him with stuff. He just kept wanting my attention, so still got a good chunk read.
That's still quite a bit.
Yeah.
Kiara?
I know that it sounds unbelievable. I read 91 pages, but as I said before, it has plenty of photos. So it's a very quick read. I don't know if anyone has read Hyugai before, but I don't know. I think it's a very quick read. It's a super cozy book and a very quick read.
What are you learning? What is it? What tips or like what kind of thing does it tell you about?
It's like, okay, I will try with my English. It's how to apply coziness in your life, in each aspect of your life. Mm-hmm. So at home, at work, outside. My English is not very good, so I'm sorry about it.
It is, though.
No, your English is great.
It's great.
Yes, your English is great.
Honestly,
it is.
But yeah, it's how to apply Hyugai, or like to simplify coziness in every aspect of your life.
So, I think that is like perfect for like every one of us.
Yeah, that sounds so lovely.
Yeah, and I always thought that I was an extrovert, but I really think that I am an introvert that likes to socialize with people, which is weird.
No, that makes sense.
I'm pretty weird.
I get that. I am also an introvert who likes to socialize with people.
Oh, thank you.
So you're a kid.
Feel alone.
Can I ask, do you think that the pictures help? Because I listened to it on audiobook. Do you think it matters, or do the pictures add a lot to it?
I don't think that pictures adds a lot of it. I really like the drawings more than the actual picture. The picture are cute, but the drawings are what
the
I like
drawings
the
are so
most.
Charming.
What?
Yeah. The drawings are really like charming.
Yeah, they're very cute.
And like cozy, like you said.
Yeah, it's a very cozy book. It's a very cozy book.
I might need to take a walk to the bookstore and buy that after this because that sounds delightful.
Yeah, I took it from the library and I had to return tomorrow or in 2 days. Like,
I think I read a book by that author. It was like about happiness though. So I think he has like a couple different like books like that. So, and I really enjoyed that one. So yeah, that one looks cute.
There is a book about introversion that I read like several years ago. I think it's called like Quiet.
I like that one. That's a good one.
Have you read it?
Yeah.
I know that one.
It is so like what is the phrase, like speaking to the choir or whatever, like it's just so much of it just felt so relatable.
Yeah, same. I really liked that one. I was like, oh my gosh, yes, this is how I feel.
I think the author's Susan Cain, maybe, or something like that.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And it has this Quiet, the Power of Introverts in a World That Can't Stop Talking by Susan Cain.
I love this comment. So I am 100% an introvert who loves talking to people, and I love being in front of groups and leading. I just burn out more quickly and need lots of recovery time from the socializing.
Same.
Right?
Yeah, I really need to rest for a week or maybe longer. But when I'm with people, I feel very happy. I just need lots of time to recover.
Totally understand. I think it's like I think the difference between the introvert versus the extrovert is like where you get your energy from.
Mm.
And like how you spend your energy and what takes up the most kind of time. Is everyone here an introvert? Because I would guess that yes, everyone here probably is to some extent. I feel like it's a spectrum. Like you aren't either, it's like not like a binary sort of thing. Like you are an introvert or you are not. I think it's just kind of like where you fall on the introvert extrovert scale. And I'm pretty far on the introvert scale, I would say. But I think that you may be sort of like nearer the middle than like someone else who may be a bit closer to like introvert.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys are into enneagrams. I know that Abigail, yeah. I'm an introvert, but I'm an Enneagram type 3. So I'm like not a leader, but I like to organize everything and have a schedule. And I'm a very goal-oriented person, but I'm an introvert.
Yeah.
So
my husband is also a 3 on the Enneagram. And he can be very quiet too, but can also be like a leader as well. So
yeah.
Yeah, Enneagram. I feel like I'm a very, very firm 1.
Oh, same.
Right?
Yeah.
But then with the Enneagrams, you can have like
now
wings.
I kind of want to look it up.
Yeah, I do too. I know I've done this before, but I can't remember.
Or is it a long test? Is it one of the long ones?
Kind of. Not.
Okay, I'll wait then.
It's like a 10 minutes test, no?
Yeah.
I feel like there's lots of little graphics on like Instagram though that you can like look at and be like, oh yeah, like that kind of applies to me, and like figure it out that way too. Like I always resonate with 1s and 6s, and like those are always ones where I feel like I connect with the most. So yeah, I'm like, I don't know if you can have more than 1. I don't think it's like anything that you have to choose. So, but yeah.
Oh, I did a video a couple of years ago where I took the test on behalf of like different Harry Potter characters and stuff and found their Enneagram. I forgot that I'd done that.
I love you.
I think I did Ron and Hagrid, and I think I might have even done, it's Lord of the Rings character. I can't remember, but that's why the test is so ringing a bell.
Oh, yeah, that's fun.
Have you guys done the Myers-Briggs personality test as well?
Oh, wait, yes. No,
this is mine as well, okay.
That's mine as well. INFJ.
Yeah, that's mine too. Yeah.
Yeah. Same.
And I kind of do.
And no, I can spell it. INFJ, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I'm that.
I get hooked
and Angela,
on all
you're
those
INFJ, right?
I thought I was, but I just found a bookmark on my phone of INTJ, so maybe I'm that one.
Oh,
actually, I'm INFP.
Yeah, that sounds like me. I'm pretty like knowledge.
Mine is very right in the middle. Like every time I've taken that test, it's like all of my answers are like 52% or 49%. Like it's like right down the middle every time.
Yeah.
You're balanced.
Who would have thought that we would mostly be the same, like, Myers-Briggs type?
Yeah. I guess, I mean, what led us here was our, like, similar interests and stuff, so maybe it kind of makes sense.
I think it does.
Yeah.
And the planning and like bringing in like a new year and having goals and writing them down and doing all of those things. That sounds very, very Enneagram 1, INF something.
Oh, yeah.
And cats. A lot of us have her like cats.
Yes. That's how I discovered Sarah originally, because her cat had looked like my cat. And then I was like, oh, well, I have to follow her. And then that's how I became friends with her.
You said something along the lines of, our cats must be twins. And
Yeah.
then I looked at like Margot and I was like, oh my gosh, this is like Olivia's sister.
Yeah. And if it weren't for that, I don't know if we would have become so close. So I'm thankful for that.
Me too. It's so funny. They look so similar.
Mm-hmm.
The markings, everything. And sometimes in a picture, like I remember like seeing Margot and being like, who went into my home and like took a picture of Olivia?
Yeah, I felt the same too.
Enneagram type 9.
That's my
Step
wing.
1 of 7. No, okay, I can't do the Enneagram right now. A lot of teachers and librarians too. I've noticed.
Yeah. I love this. Yeah. INFJ is the rarest personality type, but we find each other.
Yeah, we do.
INFP.
Oh, my best friend is INFP.
I think I'm INFP. Actually, I think it depends when I take the test. Sometimes I'm J, sometimes I'm P.
IL twins.
Yeah, that's true.
ISFJ. Yes. Okay, I want to do a check-in to see how many more reading sprints you would like to do. I am good to do more reading sprints, but just let me know like if the majority wants to do more, if you need to leave at some point, that is totally fine. So yeah, just let me know how many more reading sprints would you like to do.
I think I'm going to stick around for one more.
Okay.
I can do 2 more.
I can finish this in 2. So if you do 2, I can. Or I mean, my schedule's clear. So as much as you want.
Okay. So we can do 2. We'll do 2 more. Someone had asked before about dice sprints. Do you know what those are? Is it just like you roll a dice and see where the number lands?
I don't know.
Or randomize a number from something to something?
I don't know.
I'm not quite sure what it is. For now, until I figure out this, I'm going to make the next sprint for 30 minutes. Does that sound okay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So everyone, if you want to get your books and any sort of drinks or snacks, that'd be great. We are going to start the next sprint in 3, 2, 1. Happy reading.
Um,
Okay, guys, that's the end of the sprint. How's your stuff going?
Mine was great. I started reading Crooked Kingdom, and I read, if anyone has read it, the scene where Kaz puts Inej's bandages back on. That was great. Great scene.
I see Angela.
Angela knows.
I was muted, so you missed my oof.
Thank you for the replay. This book is so good so far. Like I'm just really loving everything about it. Like, hi Olivia. So it's like it's so cool because like this is like a book where like every single sentence has like an intention and just has it's just so like witty and like funny and like it's just like all of that sort of thing, which I like to have in this sort of book. It is like a commentary, right? It's girl, woman, other, sort of like on femininity, non-binary, those sorts of perspectives. And I just am loving it so much because there's 8 different perspectives. You get to see different perspectives that other people have, ones that are shared, ones that conflict, and yeah, I'm just at page like 59 right now, but I am just loving it. It's like delicious to read. So good.
That one won the Booker Prize too, I think, in the same year Margaret Atwood. I think she shared it with Margaret Atwood.
Yes. Yeah, 2019.
Pre-pandemic.
Yes. Yeah. I honestly thought that this was from much earlier before I started reading it. I just obviously didn't pay attention to when it was written. But then I started reading it and I was like, whoa, this is like current. This has to be. And then I sort of figured like, oh yeah, Booker Prize 2019. That makes sense. And it says, a symphony of Black womanhood, her language spills all over the page. And I'm like, yes, that's like perfect so far. But I'm only 60 pages, so I don't expect much to change. How's everyone else?
Can't stop thinking about that scene now, Laura. Oh my gosh. Attention.
Well, I finished P.S. I Like You by Casey West. Very cute. And I started reading Finley Donovan is Killing It. And I'm only, let's see, 5 pages in, but it's already really good. So.
Cool.
What is that one about again?
It is a comedy and a suspense. So it's about a woman named Finley, and she is overheard discussing the plot of her new suspense novel, and she's mistaken for a contract killer. And so she like falls into the world of like kind of becoming like in the middle of this like murder scene and stuff accidentally, I guess. So
that sounds lovely. Yeah,
it sounds really good. Like something very different, because usually the suspense books I read are like really dark, and this is a little bit lighter. So yeah.
I like that sort of opposing, like sort of like opposing like genres or emotions into one book.
Mm-hmm.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I haven't read anything like that, so
I like dissimilar pairings, like Angela, like with the Ghoul Boys.
Yes.
Does anyone watch BuzzFeed Supernatural?
What is
No, BuzzFeed Supernatural.
Oh, I love that show.
Isn't it like the best? It's like comedy with like
spooky.
like, yeah, like paranormal.
I binge watched that show. Like, I love spooky stuff, but it was easy to watch on my own and not get too scared because the banter was so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Angela and I just did like a watching of it. Was it a couple nights ago?
Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
It was Friday night, and we just talked about how it's like actually really comforting, even though it's like spooky.
Yeah, that's how I felt too. That's so fun that you guys did that.
Oh yeah, we are. Angela, she describes herself as more of a, what is it called, Angela?
So Shane is a Shaniacs, and then Shane is the one who doesn't believe in the paranormal, and if you're like that, you're a Shaniac, which is me, and then Ryan does, and so if you're like him, they call his team Bugaras because his last name is Ryan Vergara, and so Sarah says she's like right in the middle of the both of them.
Oh, that's fun. I'm definitely more like Ryan, where I believe, but I'm so fascinated by it. Like, yeah,
it's so fun. Like, it doesn't matter what like you actually believe in or not.
Yeah, either way,
it's the best time, isn't it? Like, you just crack up.
It's so great. I love how the friends are so different.
And for anyone who watches, they just finished season 7 of BuzzFeed Supernatural, but on their channel, like their new channel, their own channel, Watcher, they are starting a new sort of series, and it's like it's not a continuation, but it is still like ghost hunting.
I love it.
And yeah, so if anyone's interested, they call themselves the world's best ghost hunters, and I'd have to agree.
Yeah.
They haven't found anything yet.
Is that on YouTube or Netflix?
It's on YouTube.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Here, I'll put it in the private chat over here.
I felt like I watched it on Hulu, but I could be wrong.
It is on Hulu too. Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, I didn't watch it on YouTube. I just came across it. It was like during Halloween, and I think they recommended it because it's kind of Halloweenish. So yeah.
I actually
I'm
found
so excited
them,
for the next.
I know they've been on for years, but I found them at the start of the pandemic, so that was a great way to spend lockdown for 2020. So that was great.
Yeah, and it's really not too scary whatsoever. Like, there are some like scary elements, and I think that if you were to watch it at night and it is like late, then yeah, it can be a little spooky depending on like the story, like the Sally house and like the Conjuring house. Like, to me, those stories sort of creep me out. But most of the time,
but then Ryan pulls up with little squirt guns of holy water, and you don't have to be scared anymore.
What I would give to go someplace with them and explore.
Oh my gosh.
You should watch their channel, Watcher. They made their own YouTube channel, Watcher, and they do everything. It's not all just Ghost Files is coming, but their personalities, as you said, imagining hanging out with them.
I know. Yeah.
You should like be like, hey, can we do a collab? There's a haunted house like where I live, and let's go and see.
Oh my
I'm
God.
gonna have to head out. Sorry, everyone. I was just trying to find a good moment, but I'll see you for the next one.
Bye, Laura. All right, bye, Laura. Yeah, get us started talking about the Ghoul Boys and so Get a Life, Chloe Brown reread that is the one that we read for the Top Shelf Society, right? That's the first one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really good.
Wait, maybe not.
We read Chloe, I think, and then Trying to find. I haven't read After Eve.
You're right.
Act Your Age. I haven't read this one yet, but that's next, and I'm really excited. It's just very, very witty and funny, and it's just charming, and I love the writing so much.
Oh, yeah. In response to my friend Taylor, yes, Taylor, I think you would really like Finley. Donovan is killing it, even though I'm only 5 pages in, but sometimes you can just tell at the beginning if you're going to like it. So I do want to read Get a Life, Chloe Brown, too.
It gets pretty spicy.
I was gonna warn you.
Okay.
It gets pretty spicy. Yeah. For sure.
I wouldn't recommend listening to it on audiobook because you would be surprised.
Don't read it on audio. It's not the type of book that you put in audiobook and then like go to do like groceries or something like that. Let's just say that. Like,
oh my god. That would be so weird.
Kind of the book that like you read at home and you're like
alone. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just finished the Spanish Love Deception. That one got really spicy too.
Okay, I'm putting that on my list now. But not for the grocery shopping.
Yeah.
Not for that. Olivia's like, you're embarrassing me, Mom.
Oh.
How about everyone here? How did your reading go?
Yeah, it went good. I finished my historical fiction and I started Crazy Stupid Bromance. It's like the third in this series. I don't know if there's more books after this, but I read the other two and I really liked them. And this one has like a cat on it. So
I was gonna say, is that a cat?
Yeah.
Love that cover. That's one of my favorite covers of all time, actually. I haven't read it, but love that.
The female main character, she has like a cat cafe called Toe Beans, which is really cute. So yeah. Yeah. So yeah, the other two, the first two in the series were really, really good. And so I have good hopes for this one. So.
Is it like it? To me, it seems like it would be kind of like heartwarming and humorous. Is that kind of the vibe?
Yeah, like the first one was so funny. I was like laughing like the entire time. It was hilarious. I think that one's just called the Bromance Book Club. And it's just really funny to like read from like guys' perspectives. Like it's just hilarious, like with what they think, and like the women are like, no, like that's just, why would you think that? It's just really funny. So yeah, it's funny. I would say the first one was like a little bit spicy, like just like a couple times. I don't really remember the second one, but like it's not super graphic if you're like not into that. So yeah, but they're really good. I like them.
Yeah, I like the first one. I've only read the first one, but it was good.
Ruby, how did yours go?
Pretty good. I think I'm at like 175 now, and it's starting to get interesting.
I think I know where you're at. I think I know exactly where you're at. Yeah.
Right, when we're like questioning, is the fake dating gonna continue to be fake, or if it's gonna turn into something else, or
I know, and it, like your heart is just like rooting for it. Yeah.
I want to read that book so bad. I think I'm gonna like save that for like Valentine's Day. That'll be like my little treat.
I really think that you'll like it a lot.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm excited.
I think that you will. It's great. It's like better than I thought that it would be.
That's good that it lived up to the hype. Yeah.
I still have a bit more to go, but so far that's the case. And again, it's like one of those books where just so much of it is just written like with like little like funny moments and like very like clever and like witty moments that are just like so nice to read. I love when you can read a book and just like the whole like book is like highlightable, you know?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And it would be like such a waste of ink to like, or like of highlight to just like start highlighting it. I think that one is so good.
That actually like perfectly segues into what I was going to say about my book, because that's how I felt about The Chosen and the Beautiful by Nevo. Like I highlight like the entire, I had tabs on every single page, and this is by her as well, and it is blowing my mind how different the voice is. Like it reads the prose, like it reads so differently that I wouldn't have thought it was the same author, but it's still like so beautiful and rich and powerful. But it's just so amazing how Nevo can write differently for different stories. You know how sometimes authors like have a voice kind of, right? And she can do everything.
Wow.
I love
That
her.
is so cool. That's so cool to know too, because she has such a distinctive voice, like in The
Right.
Chosen and the Beautiful.
Right. But remember, she was telling us that she ghostwrites too. So I wonder if that's part of her skill. Is that because she can change it, and she's just an incredible writer that no matter how it goes, it's going to be amazing, even if it's very different. Because this reads a lot more like someone telling a story about an empress and what happened in this ancient times with this story. It feels very like regal and ancient and totally different from the vibe of Chosen the Beautiful.
Wow. That is so cool. We had her on in our book club, and I was just sort of like stunned by her because she is so clever and just so brilliant, but also too so like relatable and easy to talk to, which was just I just loved it. I was so like I was just so impressed by her. She's just great.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome.
Kiara, how did yours go?
Very well. I'm 10 pages. I have 10 pages left.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
So I think 5 minutes.
5 minutes and then you're done.
Yeah.
You guys are all doing so well.
Yeah, this is so fun.
Yeah.
I think that reading sprints are so much fun, right? Because like so much of the time reading is such a solitary activity, and the whole thing about the pandemic is we're so isolated. So I think that like a surge of reading sprints is also just wanting to find some kind of community, like and togetherness, like at this time, which is what's been so great about the reading sprints and like with the readathon.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, question for Kiara. What will you read next?
I don't know. I'm really in between of Atomic Habits and The Two Lives of Lydia Bird. So I'm not sure. This is my most anticipated book for 2022. So I don't know if I want to save this like my last book for the readathon. So I don't know. Maybe The Two Lives of Lydia Bird.
Cool. Atomic Habits looks really, really good and very like informative as well.
It's so good.
Yeah,
I like that one.
Mine recommended me. And since this year, I think that I will have to go through some changes. I hope that it will help me with new habits in my daily life. Yeah. Everyone thinks that that book is so great, so I hope that it will be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really,
I found it really helpful. Yeah, I really liked it.
Okay. Good to know.
I think that it's probably like a very popular one, especially like going into the new year. and trying to like habit build and try to make like new like resolutions and how to make like new habits. I guess small changes. I haven't read the book, but I would expect Atomic Habits, like making like small changes throughout. Yeah.
Yeah.
I should be over 50 pages into my book by the end of the next sprint, which may not seem like much, but for me, 50 pages in a single day is incredible. That is great. No, honestly. I think that is such a good sort of aspect of the sprints, is that you just kind of like make time, sit down, get through what you can get through. And I like Abigail's sort of quote. I always think of you when I think of this, is progress over perfection.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Because sometimes I set like really, really big goals for myself, but I've really been celebrating small wins. And I think, that's huge. No matter how much reading you get done, I mean, you did it, you were intentional with your time about it. And I think that's amazing, you know?
Yeah. Sometimes just even 5 pages, but you cut that time for yourself during your day, like during your busy schedule. So sometimes like 5-10 pages, it's great. So 50 pages, it's definitely great.
Yeah, that's a big chunk of a book.
And I actually saw a notepad and it said progress over perfection. And I just sort of smiled. I just saw it like yesterday when I went to Home Sense and I got this mug, and then I went to a little shop and I was like, oh, I was trying to find something that would say hello 2022. And I went into the store and I was like, hey, I know that this is a weird request, but do you have anything that says hello 2022? And she was like, no. But then I found that and I was like, oh, that's so cute. But what I did instead, my streamers are going to fall, was I finally got myself one of these guys.
Yes, that's so cute.
Finally.
Yeah, that's so cute.
And it was my partner who was like, hey, if they don't have anything, you could always get one of these guys. And I was like, oh my gosh. So thankful. I'm just going to put this back and put these over here.
And that's honestly better because you can constantly change it up to whatever you want it to be, you know?
Yeah, and like you can also to process it in a way that I feel like even though like I am a slow reader as well, I really try to process everything that I read. Like that's really important.
Yeah.
That's really important to me. Not to say that you can't do that at a faster reading speed, but I think the balance is finding whatever that speed is for you, because you're the one that's going to benefit from it, right? Like you're not doing it for other people, you're doing it for you.
Yeah.
I did not know, Angie, that there is a book called Progress Over Perfection. Did Abigail write it?
Literally, I need that in my life. I have to remind myself of that like every second of every day.
Enneagram 1 problems.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Oh.
Brave before perfect. That's so
that's
cute.
Cool.
I really like that too.
Oh, present over perfect.
Oh, I think I have heard of that one. I haven't read it though.
That seems like it would be like to do with mindfulness. Mindfulness and maybe like perfectionism, and but I am just guessing.
I'm just responding. You don't have to.
Aww.
Thank you.
Cute.
Yay, we have a fellow Sorcery of Thorns fan. I just think Margaret Rogerson's books are like like, they don't blow my mind by any means, but they're just so entertaining and fun, and they're always fantasy. And Sorcery of Thorns is like librarian with a sword, and the books are like alive, and there's like a demon, and there's all this stuff. Like, it's just so much fun. So I'm really glad that you're loving it, Taylor. That's good.
Oh, awesome.
It's like, it reminds me of like, if you're new to fantasy, I always say to go for Margaret Rogerson, because it's just pretty like fun and low key. And
Ooh, I need that because I don't read very much fantasy.
Sorcery of Thorns is about books and like a library, and they're in charge of keeping, oh gosh, what was it like? Well, Taylor might be able to tell better because they're reading it right now, but it's like this fantasy world, but it's very like our world. You don't have to learn too much.
Okay.
And they like, the library has books that are like, it almost reminds me of, the Monster Book of Monsters, how it's like alive kind of, and you have to keep kind of like that. They're all kind of like grimoires and different stuff that like they need to keep it protected. And so the librarians like have swords, and I think that's fun. And then something happens where now they have to go on a journey about something, and it's good.
I want to pitch something for you, Angela. So Angela has an amazing video. It is an introduction to fantasy, and I recommend it. I thought it was so good. I loved it. You did such a good job researching, and
I'll check that out for sure.
Thank you.
It was very good. Thumbnail is beautiful. Everything. Love it.
Yeah, fantasy can overwhelm me because of the made up worlds and stuff. But like you said, with the was it Sorcery of Thorns? How it's more like an our world. I like that, so I'm not as intimidated.
Yeah. Or Beauty and the Beast retelling with the, what's that book series?
A Court of Thorns and Roses.
It's
I think I know what you're talking about.
A Heart So Fierce and Lonely. I think that's the sequel. Oh, A Curse So Dark and Lonely. That's it's a Beauty and the Beast retelling, whereas you said it's very much in like a very basic fantasy world. Like, it's a Beauty and the Beast retelling, and it doesn't take too much to go into. Yeah, I guess like Sarah said, that's kind of like the whole video is like books that are good for people who are getting into fantasy, so you don't have to be, because I can get overwhelmed really easily too. And Em just said that they read Vespertine, another one by Margaret Rogerson. Oh my gosh. I have not read that one yet. I'm excited.
A Curse So Dark and Lonely. Is that what it's called?
Yes.
I've been wanting to read that for a very long time. Like since whenever it came out, basically. Whenever that was. So for years.
Easy, Sarah. I think you would probably like it. I really do. Like, because it's just so easy to fly through. It's great.
I need to just take the plunge.
Yes, that's exactly what it's called.
Hey, putting Sorcery of Thorns on my TBR. Yes. Sometimes sci-fi and fantasy overwhelm me too, Abigail, but I was reading a time travel historical fiction, not Outlander, before the readathon, and that was easier to follow.
Yeah, that's always nice.
It's nice when it's easy to follow.
Yes.
Yeah. I tried to read the graphic novel for Dune. I really tried. But I got like about 5 pages in, and it just kind of.
Ooh.
But I'm happy for like the Dune lovers. I really
am. Did you like the
movie? Not gonna go there, but
wait, not the old movie, the new movie.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go there because I kind of tried a bit, and then like I don't mesh very well with science fiction.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you want to read a sci-fi book the other day, and I was like, wait, this is Sarah. Never mind.
So, quick question: what is everyone's favorite genre to read?
Good question.
Because I'm curious.
Romance is my favorite. Like contemporary romance.
Oh, yes.
But I have really been getting into fantasy this year. Like almost every book I've read so far this year, and the end of 2021 was fantasy. So.
Really? So with the fantasy that you read, is there still like some good romance in it too?
Yes. Like I'm reading the Court of Thorns and Roses series right now, and I'm obsessed.
Oh, yeah, a lot of people love that series.
I don't know if I have a favorite. Like, I'm just such a mood reader. It really depends. Like, if you asked me like a few years ago, I would have said nonfiction is my favorite. It's like, you ask me now, I'll probably say like romance, but then like at one point it was like historical fiction. So mine like just changes all the time.
Yeah.
But I like lighter fantasy as well. And like, that's kind of like based in our world sort of, or fantasy with like a romance element to it. So yeah.
Love that.
Kiara, what's your favorite genre to read?
I used to be into fantasy and manga a lot when I was younger, like teenager. Now I think it depends on the season. Like,
that's fair.
I like mysteries during fall, cozy books during winter, Harry Potter during the whole year. During like January, I like motivational books like this one, like Atomic Habits, the Bullet Journal Method, these kind of things. Yes. And during summer, I'm starting to get into rom-coms, which I never liked them, sorry. But I'm starting to. So it depends on the season for me.
I can relate to that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What is yours, Abigail?
I want to say it's a very close tie between rom-com and thrillers. I like both. I have two very different sides of my personality where I want like cute, fluffy, or like dark and twisty.
Yeah, it's like pink and black.
Yeah.
Angela, are you fantasy?
I don't know. That's a good question. I genuinely like so much. I know there's certain genres that I don't like, but like I barely ever read. I'm not the biggest fan of like historical fiction or romance or anything like that, but I love fiction. Like, but if you looked at my bookshelves, the most books that I own is fantasy, and I'm getting a lot more into sci-fi and now horror. But like, I don't like gore or anything. I mean, like weird horror books. Like Ghost reads. We've been helping each other. Well, not we've been helping each other. I have been following the books that she's been reading because I end up liking them. Like, think of like the weird books that you hear about, like Bunny, Catherine House, Comfort Me with Apples. Like those are they've all been 5 stars for me lately. So I'm getting into the very like unique, I don't know, I think weird's probably not the right way to phrase it, but it's almost like a very wild ride. Let's put it that way. Maybe Ghost Reads can give me a better description for what kind of horror I'm talking about. But yeah, that's been fun. But I agree with a lot of like the idea of seasonal reading too. That's yeah, definitely times of year are really great for certain genres. And what about you, Sarah?
Yeah, Sarah.
What's yours? What's your like? What would you say is your favorite or most that you have?
I don't know. I think sci-fi is probably the genre that I read the least because I don't read it. But I love everything. I don't know. I love nonfiction so much. I love contemporary. I love manga. I love graphic novels. I love horror. I love rom-coms. I love poetry. I don't know. Like,
I love books.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it all. Like, I would always go to, my parents owned a bakery. And so there was a library that was nearby our place. And so I would go to the library all the time. And I'd be like, I want to learn about like planets today. And then I'd go and read books about planets. And then I would be like, oh, I want to learn like something like how to cook. Or, oh, I want to learn a different language. So it's just like my brain will think of something. And then I'm like, need to read about it. And then I just read it.
Yeah, that's good. You do have a very like diverse, like,
it's all over the place.
Yeah, because just the books that you post on Instagram and stuff, and I think that's good because like my reading taste has changed just in the past year. Like rom-com was a genre I thought that I would never get into, but now I'm realizing like it's so good to branch out and just read different things, even if you kind of labeled yourself as, oh, that's not me, it's like, just read it, try it,
I think that is really good to sort of challenge yourself too, and that's why I put on the readathon to read a book outside of your comfort zone, right? Because it's like, well, what if you would actually like this different genre or this different author that you had never read before and you wouldn't know much about? I will try to read sci-fi. I will not try to read Dune because that's a big one, and I'm not going. Like it is a book. It is like it's heavy. Like,
good though. It's really good.
Yes, but
can you explain to people why you don't like sci-fi so you don't turn everyone off of Dune?
So the reason I don't like sci-fi is because I have a science background. That doesn't excuse me because there's a lot of people that have a science background that love science fiction. So I'm kind of kicking myself in the butt with that one. But I just don't like made up science.
Yeah.
That's it. Like,
understandable.
Pretty much. And then so I read it and I'm like, think you can't do this. And then I get angry. And then I'm just like, we'll go back to like my nonfiction science and be like, okay, let's learn anatomy today.
I can relate to that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Seasonal reading.
That's it.
Is that right?
Yep.
Cosmic horror?
Yeah. And like atmospheric. And there's usually kind of a metaphor for it all. Like typically there's a meaning behind it or an allegory or something. And it's just a wild ride. I love it.
So Lisa, big lover of romance and fantasy. And I'm sure there's a fantasy romance that is a genre too.
Yeah,
definitely.
Best of both worlds.
I have not heard of that one. Has anyone here?
Yes, but I can't picture the cover. Do I have that book? Expected everything.
Angie! I'm a scientist but love science fiction. See, I know that you're out there. I know you're out there. Oh, I love it. I love it, Angie. By the way, Angie has like a great channel. Should check it out. A lot of people in the chat have channels, so you can always come back to this video and check out everyone's channels.
It's more so interesting to me, thriller. Like, oh, sorry.
Oh, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say it's so interesting to me to think of almost like what were the gateway books that got you into the genre, because that you just kind of have to find the right combination of things, because everyone says like, oh, I'm not a reader, I don't like this. I'm like, but you just haven't found the right thing. And so it's so interesting to me when people say, like, you were just talking about how you recently got into fantasy at the end of last year, and like I'm so curious, what was that book that you were like, oh, I can get into that,
That is a great question.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
wow.
or whatever genre it
Wow.
is. Like Abigail, you said you're getting into rom-com more. Like, it's just
Yeah. The book that changed the game for me was Beach Read by Emily Henry, because the main guy wasn't a fan of romance either. And then by the end of it, he was. And I was him. And I was like, oh, I am you. Because he was like a writer of like kind of darker stories, and I really like darker stories. And so I just really kind of clung on to him. And then the book is about like two authors like switching genres. So he had to write a love story, even though that wasn't his thing. And I really related to him.
So Beach Read, the author, also wrote People We Meet on Vacation. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh, I love that book. Okay.
Yeah.
She has a new one coming out this year. I'm really excited for.
The book lover one?
Yeah, it's called Book Lovers. Yeah. I think it comes out in May, I think.
Yeah.
So excited for that one.
Mm-hmm. For me, I like really read mostly nonfiction and historical fiction for several years. I think I read like maybe some romances, but I honestly can't remember a romance novel I read before like 2019. And then I was doing my master's and I was reading so much nonfiction, and I came across this romance. I'm like, oh, like this sounds interesting. Let me pick it up. And like that kind of changed it for me. It was The Kiss Quotient, and like that changed it. I was like, oh my gosh, I love romance. Like, why have I not been reading these for like so many years? And so then I just kind of started reading like so many romance novels.
Oh, I've seen that one. Yeah.
That sort of like changed it.
Yeah, I was always scared that. Well, I've always loved like contemporary, like bless you. I've always loved like young adult contemporary romance, but like for some reason I just thought adult rom-coms were cheesy and cringe, and I just thought that, and then it only takes one book to change your mind.
Yeah, totally. Okay, how about some YA suggestions for Lisa?
Like YA, like romance, or just any YA?
I didn't read the entire series, but the Raven Boys series, I just read the first one because the others I couldn't find in Italian. And the Raven Boy series is amazing, and it's a young adult series. That's very cool. It's between mystery and fantasy, and it's weird to explain, but it's great. It's a really it's a great young adult series.
Someone had suggested that for the top shelf, for the top shelf society.
It's incredible. It was the first audiobook I had ever listened to.
Oh, I heard it was a bad audiobook.
Well, here's the thing.
You didn't mind it.
It was my first audiobook I had ever listened to, so I didn't know any different.
But that's true. Wow.
Yeah, I thought it was good.
Yeah, I did too.
I think for YA, I really like Tiffany D. Jackson. Do you guys know who she is? She does a lot of like YA. That's kind of like hard hitting, but it has like mystery thriller elements. So really love Tiffany D. Jackson. What else?
Ace of Spades. I think that was YA. That was so good.
That's going to be my buddy read of the month for February.
I liked it. I thought it was great.
I have it right here. It's this one.
Oh, yeah. I was at Barnes & Noble with Harold, and he was like, I like that cover. He's not really over there, but yeah.
Isn't it beautiful? And then it's the inverse on the opposite, I think.
Oh, that looks great.
It's like even the author said like has a quote at the beginning from I think Gossip Girl, and the book is like Gossip Girl meets Get Out, sort of. So,
Okay,
and it
cool.
is. So, yeah, it's good. It's you read it real quick.
I loved Get Out.
Yes, then I think you'll
So
like this book.
much. Okay. I shy away from nonfiction, but a few years ago, I read Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, which is nonfiction as narrative, and that changed the game for me. Cool.
Perfect.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
For nonfiction, like I literally recommend like everything.
Just everything. Everything that exists.
Any topic you want to learn about, it's out there for nonfiction. I don't even know.
Oh, I just finished a nonfiction last night by John Green, The Anthropocene Reviewed. That was so good.
I need to read that one.
It made me cry. There are some really good stories in there, and it just makes you think about life and yeah. Really, really
Didn't
good.
you rate it like really high too?
Did I? Oh yeah, I gave it 4.5 stars, even though Goodreads won't let us do half stars. But yeah,
Oh my gosh, that's really good then.
it was very good. Yeah.
I didn't realize until I like brought the book home that it was a signed edition that I have of it.
Oh.
And he signs it in a green marker. I thought
Are
that
you
was hilarious.
serious? I love those details.
They're so funny. I love them.
They're amazing.
Yeah, it is a lot of YA. Like I think of romance a lot too in that genre for sure. Raven Cycle is amazing.
Yeah.
Anna and the French Kiss, a Cuban girl's guide to Tea and Tomorrow and to all the boys I loved before series.
Yes, I love To All the Boys I've Loved Before. That's like one of my favorite books of all time.
Does anyone remember? Well, Sarah, because I know you read it for sure. Was Black Girl Unlimited YA? Because that was amazing.
Black Girl Unlimited is YA.
Okay,
it is definitely hard hitting.
It's
but
heavy.
it is very heavy, but it is like amazing.
Right.
And there's quite a lot of like, even though it's hard hitting, there's quite a lot of hope and inspiration in it as well. And Echo Brown, she is just coming out with a new book that is either it's released already or it's going to be released in January. I have it on my Instagram for my most anticipated January reads, and I am waiting for it to come in and read it. I can't wait. I will definitely get to it very, very soon. It's very high up on the priority list.
Yeah. Elizabeth Acevedo is another popular YA. Elizabeth, I think, With the Fire on High, and then also that one about flying, right?
Yeah, what is that called?
I can picture the cover.
It's one of my favorite books.
Land?
Yes,
Is that it?
exactly.
Okay, yeah.
What is it called?
Clap When You Land? Is that right?
Yes. Oh, it's so good.
I haven't read that one, but the fire, or what is it? With the Fire on High? Or that one's really good, yeah.
And Firekeeper's Daughter, that's YA.
Oh yeah, another amazing one.
It's YA, and it has sort of like a thriller sort of aspect to it. I thought that book was brilliant, and just super well done. Just amazing.
Kind of a mystery too.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's like mystery, thriller, and I think awesome to sort of get into that genre for sure, because you just keep wanting to know what happens on the next page, like throughout the entire thing.
That's a lot of YA recommendations. Wow, nice.
Okay, I don't read it often, but you like With the Fire on High by Elizabeth Acevedo for YA romance. It was pretty cute. That is actually on my TBR for this month.
Yeah.
For this readathon.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so excited to read that one. Oh yeah, The Perks of Being a Wallflower is also a great YA book. Funny thing about The Perks of... Have you guys read that one?
Yes, and the movie's really good too.
It has, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm blanking on her name.
Emma Watson?
Yes. How could I possibly blank on her name? Yeah, she's in it, right?
Yeah. It's
Oh,
really good.
funny thing about that book is I was reading it and I don't really even want to say what it's about because I think it's such a good book to just kind of read, not knowing much going into it.
Yeah.
But I remember reading it, and then it wasn't until the last chapter where I was like, this is definitely a 5-star. The last chapter, I was like, nailed it, and then 5-star.
It's like it's honestly one of those books you will never forget. Like,
Yeah.
it sticks with you for sure. What is I don't know how to pronounce the author's last name, but that same author wrote another book, but it was like a totally different kind of book. Like a thriller or mystery, I think. I haven't read anything else by him, but I saw that it was like called Imaginary Friend or something.
Let me
I
see.
think that's the same author.
Isn't
But
that a horror?
I think so. Is that the same author?
Steven
Chbosky
or something?
Yeah.
Wow, I don't know if I butchered that.
Yeah, I don't know how to read either.
Oh,
Is it by the same author?
Imaginary Friend. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, cool.
that looked interesting, but like totally different from The Perks of Being a Wallflower.
Yeah. That is so cool. Okay.
I've read, this is a strange thing to say being an adult, but I've read more middle grade than YA now that I think about it.
Middle grade is...
Does anybody else read middle grade?
Yes.
Yes.
I do. I actually really love middle grade graphic novels.
If
They're
you have
always
any,
so heartwarming. I just read one. It's called Borders by Thomas King, who is brilliant. And that is so good. And do you guys know who George Takei is?
Oh, yeah.
From Star Trek? Now, I never watched Star Trek, but I love George Takei. And he has a graphic novel. I guess he worked with an illustrator, and it was so good. Like, I cried. It was about his time as like, you know, a child in Japanese internment camps within America.
Is it this?
They Called Us Enemy. Yeah,
Yes?
And that book will have you crying for sure.
Oh, but not something I could like put in the 3rd grade classroom, right? Or is it?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. There isn't. I would read it first. I don't remember there being anything that would not, but also I don't have the best memory. So I think Borders is really good. Thomas King, he is an Indigenous author. He also has a Coyote series that I'm just kind of reading through, and it's just so incredibly cute and just wonderful. I'll talk about it more later, but I'm trying to get through a lot of Thomas King right now, and oh my gosh, he is so good. He is so incredibly brilliant. And the way that he writes like children's and middle grades is drastically different from how he writes from like adult, but in a same sort of like wry, like sarcastic, witty sort of tone, which I think is just perfect for writing. It's amazing.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, They Called Us Enemy. It will, oh my gosh, yes. So good. Yeah. Can you put HP in YA? That's so cool. I didn't realize. I guess, too, even as the series progresses. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Hi. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, do you want to do another reading sprint?
Yeah.
Are you guys up for it?
I have to go. I'm getting very tired, so I have to go like take a walk and wake myself up. But this was really fun. Thank you so much for hosting, Sarah. This was so much fun.
Thank you for joining, Kayla.
Thank you.
I'll see you guys later. Bye.
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 I'm also gonna have to head out. It's getting close to dinner time here, so
Thank you for joining, Ruby.
yeah, thank you. I won't
Bye,
make
Ruby.
I probably won't make our sprints on Wednesday because it starts at 5, which is right when I get off of work. So, but I'll try to pop in.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
sounds
This is so
good.
fun.
Bye. Okay. And does anyone else need to go?
No, here it's 1 a.m.
Oh.
I never sleep. I go to bed usually at 9 p.m., but tonight,
Party.
ready to read, yeah.
Okay. And Angela and Abigail, are you good for another sprint?
Yeah.
Yes, I think I can finish this book in this sprint. So,
Okay.
yes.
Sounds good. I'll put up the timer. Literally have no idea where Olivia is now.
Yeah, I don't know where Hugo is either.
They're
That's
just
good or not?
they could be up to some tricks.
Uh-huh.
All right, everyone. So if you have your books ready, we'll do our last sprint of the night. Well, now it is night. All right. 3, 2, 1. Happy reading. don't want to scare everyone. Everyone looks so like invested in their reads. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. How did it go?
Good.
Finished. Yay, one book down.
Yeah, same.
Good job.
Yeah, I just finished this one and I started The Two Lives of Lydia Bird.
Mhm.
I am just 28 pages in.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
great.
But I don't know, it starts pretty sad. So I'm like, okay.
Is it, what is the genre? Is it a romance or?
Yeah, I think it's a rom-com.
Okay.
I think. Not sure. I really bought it because of the cover.
Which is super cute.
I read the last year One Day in December by Josie Silver, and I really enjoyed it. So when I saw this, I buy it for the cover, and then I saw that it was from Josie Silver, and so I said, okay, maybe I will enjoy it.
Nice.
But it started pretty sad, so let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
So Taylor says that is such a great cover. It looks really good.
Wow.
Oh, my cats are fighting. Sorry. Hugo? Hugo wants to be friends with everyone, but Luna does not. Here's Luna.
Aww.
No,
Aw.
do not growl. Do not fight. Do not fight.
Wow, it looks like so many people were able to get at least mostly through a book.
That is so
Yeah,
awesome.
that's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
30 pages, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny that you say that about Hugo because I recently went to my partner's family's place for Christmas, and I brought Olivia, and so his mom has a cat.
Mhm.
And Olivia, she just wanted to be friends so badly with Georgie. But Georgie did not want to be friends. And like Olivia didn't understand that like curling up or like just kind of like
Yeah.
that's basically how Georgie was like, get away from me.
Mhm.
And Olivia was like, hey. I'm like, no, you're not understanding the cues. Oh my gosh. And I just think that like Olivia like does not have that. She wants to be like friends with other cats.
Yeah.
She's not really she's very scared of like people, I think probably because of like something in her history or something along those lines, but she lived with like another cat and another like dog.
Mhm.
So I think that she's very open to being friends with other animals, but I have to kind of remind her like not everyone is open to it at this point, you know? Like that is a like I'm not there yet.
Yes. Yeah, I definitely experience that every day with Hugo and Luna. Yeah.
Miscommunication.
Yeah. Ellie is starting to warm up to him. They cuddle sometimes for a short period of time, but it's something. So, yeah.
I saw it must have been like an Instagram story where they were kind of like flopped close to each other, and I was like, that's progress.
It's major progress, yeah. So
let's see. Didn't even read. Got stuck into scheduling a PCR appointment test because I want to make sure that my positive result is in my medical file this time, and begging my boyfriend to drive me there. I really hope that gets resolved.
yeah.
Yes. Taylor, was able to read 30 pages. So now I am on page 300. So about 130-ish pages to go.
Nice.
Nice.
Getting there.
In the middle of a long chapter, so I'll break for dinner and finish the chapter. I should be on page 60, and then maybe I'll read more before bed.
Good.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I am on page 84 now, and I am just loving this. Like, I'm smiling when I'm reading it just because of just how I love how it's written. I don't know. Okay, Angela, I know that you have read Roxane Gay.
Mm-hmm. Because of you.
So, yes. And so they refer back to her a few times in the book, which just makes me like so happy.
Oh.
And they like talk about like her impact and that sort of thing. I feel like this was at a time where it probably was closer to Bad Feminist, which I just loved.
Nice. Yay. Oh, well, you still have to get into. Oh my gosh. I can't decide what rating I want to give this. I don't like rating books, but I kind of do just for organization's sake so that when we look back, we kind of remember how we felt. But
it's hard.
Sometimes you just have a feeling, but you can't really assign a number to it. I don't know. It's like it's either a 4 or a 5, but like I kind of lean towards 5 because when you don't think anything would be changed, wouldn't that make it a 5? Because you're like, I wouldn't change anything about it, so that would probably be a 5, huh?
I think I'm the same with the book that I just finished.
Yes.
I'm between a 4 and a 5 because I really enjoyed it. It's the perfect cozy read, but it didn't teach me as much as I thought. Not sure.
Yeah.
There was a lot of like furniture and lighting specifically to their country, wasn't there?
Yeah, it starts talking just about the light. And it's I don't even remember how many pages just talking about the light. And then it starts to get more cozy and it's perfect. But yeah, it's a pretty nice book to read in one sitting, really.
Yeah.
But it didn't teach me a lot. So
yeah,
I think maybe a 4. I don't know.
Yeah, 4 is still really good.
Yeah, 4 is really good.
Yeah. It is hard.
I don't give out 5s very often.
Really?
I don't. I reserve those for sure. I think I can be pretty harsh rating books.
do you rate, like, how do you rate? Because I'm more of like, I would say like an emotional rater. Like if I just really loved it, then I'm like, oh, 5 stars. I'm not very like, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I'm an emotional rater. How would you say you rate books?
I think I'm pretty similar, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I really do go by like how a book, like how I feel quite a lot. But I try to distance myself a little bit sometimes, depending. There was a book that I read like a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't make myself rate it for about like a week or something after, because I couldn't decide between like a 4 and a 5. And I did like some additional research, and the farther I kept going, the more I was like, I kept referring back to the book and just being like, no, this is actually like a really, really good book. And I just started to like it more and more as I went on. So I'm like, my initial rating doesn't really like matter because I needed to process it. I think I was just talking to you guys too at the top shelf, like the Song of Achilles. That was a book that I read and I finished it and I was like, I'm so like not certain about like this ending. Like I didn't really like how it ended because it was different than how I thought it should be and it ought to be. But then I realized, wait, I just misunderstood something about Greek mythology that I thought was true but wasn't actually true. And so I went back and looked at the author's interviews, and I was like, had I not read this book, I would have never like known that, and I would have continued to like perceive incorrectly something that we're all told about Greek mythology that actually doesn't have any evidence to support it and is not within the original works. I'm trying to speak around it without saying what it is.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about. All right.
But it's
I know
like
what
a
you mean.
big deal. It's
You
a
mean
big
like what
deal,
we
and it-
think is supposed to happen, but then since it doesn't happen, you were that upset you that it wasn't in there?
Yeah. And I was like,
interesting.
oh, she changed it. And then I was like, wait a second. I just didn't know. Like it's just a fact that is wrong. So then when I realized, yeah, it's like we all think this certain thing is true with Greek mythology, but it's not true. And so when I read that, I was like, she is so clever. And then I had to be like, okay, fine. I have to go back and reread it. But now it's a 5. Great job, Madeline Miller again. Thank you.
Yeah.
And that's a book that will definitely have you crying by the end of it. But it took me probably a year to understand and to come to terms with it.
Oh yeah, I think I was tearing up cooking dinner when I was listening to that audiobook. I was like,
and the audiobook is so beautiful. The writing is like just wonderful. Yeah.
I think that's one of the books that I've seen a lot on Book Talk. I feel like I've seen that a lot, yeah.
Oh, you haven't read it yet?
No.
Oh my gosh, I would love to see a vlog or something about you reading that and your thoughts along the way. Oh.
Yeah, I need to I'll just go ahead
Greek mythology, because it is a little strange because it is following the Greek myths. Like some random things happen and you're like, if you didn't think about Greek mythology, you'd probably be like, what was the point of that? But if Greek mythology is anything of interest to you, or just a relationship between two people for a long period of time, you know.
Okay, what's it called again?
The Song of Achilles.
Okay, I'm just gonna add it so I don't forget on Goodreads.
It's Achilles and like Patroclus. Everybody says it different. Patroclus, Patroclus, but I say Patroclus because that's the audio.
Don't move, Sarah. I'm going to take a photo.
Yes.
Done.
It's probably one of my favorite books of the year. That's why I haven't been able to do a favorite books of 2021 because I'm like, I am so messed up with like like how many books I really enjoyed, and like it's hard. It's hard for me.
I did tell you that she's doing Persephone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So excited.
It has a really high rating on Goodreads too, 4.41. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sarah, I'm still going to do that video. I promise. I am like many, many months behind where you recommended me books, and one of them was Circe. So
yes. Circe.
I'm going to be reading that too. That's her other book.
I'm gonna find it.
I would say start. Well, that's a lie. I've never read Circe, so I can't say that. But I feel like Song of Achilles is like generally, I haven't heard anyone say a bad thing about it. Whereas not everyone, I don't know if Circe is everyone's cup of tea.
Is like
this is Circe.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one too.
So it's like I can't get it right.
Yeah.
Would you say that's true, Sarah? If you would recommend one to start with, would it be Song of Achilles?
Depends. Honestly. Honestly, I think it depends. I think that in the sequence of things, I may be wrong, but I think that this one comes first. And no, never mind. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I don't know which one comes first and which one comes second. But this one, okay, I would say that if you read this, And if you get kind of bored or anything with it when you start it, Cersei, the first little bit can be a little bit dull. I was reading it. There's a lot of history. There's a lot of just like Cersei's like background. But then it gets to there's like a very specific moment in the book. You know, like in Mexican Gothic, when you get to this point in the book and it all just changes. Like it goes from being like one story to another. And either you kind of dig it and you like it and you keep going forward and you're like, yes, or it could be a total game changer and people could put it down. I would say that this is sort of the reverse. If you are just kind of like meh about it, stick it out, read at least 1 to 2/3 of the book, because the ending is one of the best endings like I have ever read for a book. The Song of Achilles, just gorgeous the entire way through.
Do you have to know a lot about Greek mythology to enjoy? Okay, good, because I took a class in high school, but high school was like 12 years ago, so I don't remember.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say so, because they do. She does have like a lot of background in both of the books, quite a bit, and she does change it. Like she does change like the contents from the Iliad and the Odyssey, which I would not suggest reading before this, because that'll take forever. But if you can, awesome, great, amazing. Totally not needed though for this, I think. Not to appreciate the story or anything. I will say though that it does have two sort of like more distinct parts of it. I think the first is more like childhood and sort of coming of age, and it reads pretty much like YA, I think. And then it sort of gets to the part where it's just like war. And it's really awesome.
Yeah.
Just gushing about that book.
The audiobook narrator has this rich, was it British accent that like worked so beautifully with her prose and like just with Greek mythology stories in general. And so I liked the audio a lot.
The narrator is amazing, like spectacular. I actually listened to the audiobook while reading the physical book for both of these, and it just made everything so nice. It helps with like pronunciation. It helps with staying on track and making sure that you go through any parts that are maybe a little bit denser or not as engaging. Let's see. Wait, I think that went. Let's see.
Oh, and to answer your question, I don't know how I rate, to be honest. Like a lot of times it is that gut feeling, like, but like, I think if a book is just kind of like, yeah, that was decent, like that's a 3. But that doesn't mean it's bad. It was just like, yeah, that was a good time. But then like, I think the hard part is determining between a 4 and a 5.
Yeah, I feel
that's the hard part, because I'm trying to be like more, what was the word that you just used, Sarah? Like stepping away, not critical, neutral, like trying to picture the book and like, what is this book trying to do? Did this accomplish what it was trying to do? So for example, I recently read My Dark Vanessa, which is a very dark and triggering book. It's about a very hard subject. And did I enjoy reading it? No, not at all. It was horrible to get through this book because of how like realistic and bad the subject matter was. However, I had to give it 5 stars because it completely accomplished everything that it was setting out to do. You were perfectly in their mindset. You were perfectly like, it was spot on. So I'm like, okay, well, am I ever going to read this again? No, but was it a 5 star? I would have to say so. So I'm kind of trying to figure out how to rate between 4 and 5, and kind of like imagine if I was a librarian or something, and like, would this book be something, if someone asked for a book about this subject, would this be a great one? Yes or no? And yeah, I don't know. Rating's controversial. Rating is hard.
That's cool.
Yeah. No, that's a good way of looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is difficult because there are definitely some books that I read, and for me, like, say the reverse, right? So like there are books that I read, like Mexican Gothic, 5 stars easily. However, that is not a 5-star read for a lot of people.
Yeah,
It is not.
it's a good example. Like not in that book in particular, but yeah, what you mean. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, even though the author, I feel like she did accomplish everything that she set out to, but that might just be my interpretation of it, because there are reviews that say like this is not like a Gothic, and it gives the impression that it is a Gothic read, where it reads more like horror. So there is that as well. But I just kind of, I don't know, with my reviews, I try to do the best that I can, but at the end of the day, you know, like, I'm not an English scholar, and I try not to take it like so super seriously. Like, I think that people know at the end of it, like, I have 0 credentials for reviewing anything.
Yeah.
It's
like, you know, like I do not, but what I can do is hello.
She's just staring.
What are you doing?
Well, and then there's also the idea of like, so we say every author is unique, right? This is their perspective on it and their take. And as like readers, it's the same thing. Like, of course, we're going to rate what we enjoy specifically because we are the ones reading the book. So like, you know, you don't have to be objective all the time, because like you said, Mexican Gothic is a 5-star for you because you as the reader loved that book. So like, it should be, definitely. You don't have to be objective all the time.
Yeah, exactly. And who am I to, there are books that I read that are like 5 stars, but like I would never just recommend it to. Like, I know A Little Life is very controversial, but it's a book that I read that will change me like forever. So like, I can't, so me giving it 5 stars, like, to me it was outstanding in every single way. But there are people that say, well, Giovanni's Room is a similar sort of story. It's like only 198 pages or something like that, and accomplishes everything that A Little Life does in way less pages. So I don't know. I have 0 credentials at the end of it, and somebody who I talk to has all of the credentials in the world. So I think she's a little bit, but I think people know, like, when it comes to books, I'm just kind of saying what really impacted me.
Yeah. And I heard this thing where it's like, no 2 people read the same book. Like,
exactly.
So yeah.
I think that's very, very true.
I don't even think you read the same book the same way at different parts of your life.
Yeah.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, 100%.
Totally. Like, the book Great Expectations by Charles Dickens is my favorite book, but how I would read it now is completely different than how I read it. Sometimes, like, there are some books though that, like, I'm sure you guys understand, like, that I wish I could go back to the point in time where I had never read it and read it again for the first time. And to me, that is a very special book if you have that sort of like feeling, because with Great Expectations, like, I just wish I could go back to that time.
But you said that was perfect for you at that point in your life, though. So that was the right time for you to read it, right? Do you think it would impact you the same way now because you're at a different place?
Well, there's like there's sort of like a theme and a story that you need to, that I feel like if it's a really good book for you, you get at the time when you can process it. And like, I get it now. So I don't know if it would have the same thing, but I would always read about Miss Havisham anytime. She is oh my gosh, she is the best character ever. Have any of you read the book Great Expectations?
Not yet.
Okay. Miss Havisham.
I know who Miss Havisham is, yes.
You know who she is?
Yes. I know vaguely of Great Expectations, but I haven't read it all the way through. This was the first year that I read, I think, ever A Christmas Carol. And that was phenomenal. I loved it. So, gotta do it. And it's interesting that you said that too about like wish you would go back and reread it, and how we were talking about how different things impact us differently. Because I can think of books that I wish I could go back and reread because of how emotionally impactful they were. But I can also think of books that I would love to go back and reread because of like all the plot twists that now I would get to relive all over again. Like,
Right?
The Space Between Worlds by Micaiah Johnson is like one of my all-time favorite books, and I wish I could go back and reread The Space Between Worlds without knowing like all of the things that happen. Like, see, that's the thing about books. They're so complex and they're so enriching. Books are the best.
Oh, and like the Da Vinci Code. I liked Angels and Demons the most from that series, but if I could go back in time and reread Angels and Demons, oh my gosh, without knowing like exactly what would happen, that would be amazing. Have you read it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good.
I think I read all the Dan Brown's book.
Really? Which one was your favorite?
I don't know.
It's hard.
Yeah. While you're reading them, they are all your favorites.
It's true.
But I know the names in Italian, so I'm not sure. There were Crypto. Maybe not the same.
Yeah, I think I remember that though.
Because the first one is the Da Vinci Code. The second one is Angel and Demons.
Oh no. The first is Angel. I think Angels and Demons came first, and the Da Vinci Code was the first movie to come out. But I think Angels and Demons is number one in the series. I'm gonna fact check it.
Yeah, number one is Angels and Demons, Da Vinci Code, The Lost Symbol, Inferno, Origin. That's all I'm seeing.
I would say my least favorite is probably Origin.
I think
that's the last one.
Yeah, I think it was the last one.
I think it was the last one. And The Lost Symbol was pretty cool. I like that one. Da Vinci Code is so cool. Angels and Demons, so good. It's like short. They have short chapters and a mystery, and there is like a symbology professor who is basically like helping try to discover like or uncover a mystery. And it's all to do with symbolism and like paintings and statues and structure. And it's like set in, I think most of them are set in Europe. But I think one of them, or at least
Angels and Demons, is in Italy.
Angels and Demons is in Italy. Da Vinci Code, is that in Paris?
Was the CERN Super
It's
Collider
in Paris. Yeah. It changed, but a big part it's set in Paris.
Yeah, I think Origin is set in the US.
I don't remember Origin. I think that it was the one that I like less.
Yeah, me too.
But it was crazy to read Angels and Demons, and I live 2 hours from Rome. So I was like, I have to go there.
Did you go?
Yeah, to see all the churches and all the spots.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure that they have like tours that you can go on.
Dan Brown tours?
I'm pretty sure there are where you can go and like revisit like all of the different structures.
Not
but like we're in a different world now.
Yeah.
Right?
Wow. That's the thing that I feel like we don't, the United States is too young of a country. We don't have that kind of history. And so I think going to Europe and to other continents, like the amount of history that's there, I just can't even imagine.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Gosh.
I want to go.
I will be your personal tour guide, Italian tour guide. Yeah,
That would be
we always
lovely.
receive people from Mexico because my husband is Mexican. So each time that Mexican people come here, we are doing tours across Italy.
That's amazing. I don't know that episode. Wombology.
I'd be curious. That's actually one. I'd be curious if I would like those books anymore or not. I think I would though, because it's very just like history and logic and science, and also the first two have religion too. Like it's just based with all of those. So I don't think there's anything like offensive or anything in it, is there? I don't think so.
Offensive in Angels and Demons, or
well, I don't know.
I
It's
guess
been like 10 years since I've read those, so I don't even remember.
Same. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were very popular around like the 2000 something.
I would say that that definitely the Da Vinci Code is controversial. When it does talk about Catholicism, basically. So it does talk about aspects of Catholicism that are, it's like loosely based off of Catholicism, but there are like changes, and then there are truths. But he kind of explores different aspects of Catholicism, for sure, and written works within the Bible as well. So I guess it depends. From a religious aspect, like I don't want to go too too deep into it, but it is interesting in that perspective. If you want to look at religion through I guess like science fiction lens, because there are theories he explores in the Da Vinci Code. So it does it kind of uncovers that sort of thing, because
it was not well accepted in Italy because of course we have
especially Angels and Demons, I'd imagine, huh?
Yeah, everything.
Well, Angels,
Da Vinci Code, everything.
Yeah.
Angels and Demons, it kind of it visits religion and science. The science that he uses is parts of it is actual science, like dark matter, for instance, is science. But he makes fictitious sort of aspects in there.
Yeah.
And he talks about that science in relation to religion. I will say, though, that it made me so interested in sort of like reading historical like interpretations of the Bible over time, for sure. And there's actually a course at Yale, which I ain't going to Yale, but there's like, it's too late, I'm done. Like, no. But you can actually look up like the Old Testament and the New Testament and look at it through a historical sort of lens to be like what books of the Bible, like I guess which ones are like more concrete and which we have like versions of, and which sort of books were not accepted as canon throughout the ages. So it's
I like how you refer to the Bible as accepted as canon. I love it. That's perfect.
Well, that's me.
I'm basically fiction canon.
You know what I mean? Like, because with it, like you have to have like multiple scholars sort of like accepting, like multiple religious scholars accepting, like, okay, this is what we're going to incorporate. And like, you know how there's like there's like the Torah versus the the Hebrew Bible versus like the Christian Bible and Catholic and like all of that kind of stuff. So it like talks all about it, and it's really, really fascinating from that sort of lens.
No, you said it perfectly. I just thought it was funny to hear such a modern terminology. That's great. Yeah, I think it really like you said, is a good launching point for if any of these theories interest you to do your own like research. Because there are a lot of theories and like, you know, secret societies and different things like that. And secret societies are an interesting thing to look into and different things like that. So you can either take the books as just an interesting mystery thriller situation, or you can like take them and then research into more things and see like what stuff was him just kind of fudging things or what stuff was kind of based on historical things. And like, those were a big series back in the day.
Yeah.
Just answering a question.
Nice.
I'm from Italy.
Like a new oh, sorry. Go.
No, sorry. Italy.
Sorry, what were you saying, Angela?
No, I'm reading the comments. I thought that canon was like news slang. That's totally interesting. I had no idea. I thought like that was what we referred to as like canon versus like fan fiction, like versus OTPs and like that's what I thought that meant. So that's so good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, the first time I heard like the term canon was like back when I was like reading Harry Potter fan fiction.
Oh, right. So same thing with you, huh?
Yeah.
So funny.
So I guess like the Da Vinci Code is kind of like fan fiction.
Kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
No. That's awesome.
Okay, guys, I think that I need to have dinner, and I think Kiara needs to probably get some rest.
Yeah.
There's the definition. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I love it.
Yeah, exactly. So like the people who are most knowledgeable about like the topic are the ones that are that decide ultimately what is. So I guess Dan Brown sort of goes towards the edges and sort of looks at what isn't accepted and theorizes on that. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I didn't know fanon.
So they co-opted that word. That's my confusion. So yeah, interesting. Nice. Good to know.
All right. Have a really good night, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining. We're also going to have sprints on Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and then next Saturday at 3:30 p.m. EST. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.